Good evening, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and which I don't know. I always say that and never know what to do. Yo, Ramirez, how are you? How's it going? I was in the middle of making you battle like a boss. I'm trying to finish up that chapter. It takes so freaking long to write. I've come to learn as I've gotten older that I like writing dialogue and interactions more than I like writing action scenes, because action scenes take so much longer to write. It feels like in choreograph. But I still think I'm good like at being creative to write them, but the energy required to write them feels just more exhausting than otherwise, which is why it's been taking so long. Which anyone in watching this in post who doesn't care about that stuff really just doesn't care. I'm really good at imagining it and then describing it with words, but like, it's like it doesn't flow as naturally as anymore. I used to be really good at making them flow super naturally. I think I still write them well, but like that doesn't come naturally to me, or rather, it just takes me longer to write than other stuff. It takes more time to think for me to think, I guess. Anyway, the old Bailey's defended antechamber. Mr. Naruhado, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth are you playing at all along? What? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Ah, sorry about that. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you keep my person's invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you that I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. I don't understand any of that. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Huh, but if I just run through some equations... Yes, you'll see! It's because my work is incomplete! Perhaps it is, nevertheless. A man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh, no! Okay. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. No, you don't. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. I mean, aren't we all? Maybe not all of us, but like, probably a good 75-80% of people are a disaster in one sense of the word or another. How are you doing, by the way, Ramirez? Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject... Well, what about Barak? He's being awful! Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! I mean, probably. Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Ready for court. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. Was there no trickery involved? Wait, what? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that the science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhado, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defend it. The prosecution's witness are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. I don't know, the bailiff's voice has changed. They're inconsistent. There's multiple ones, you know. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Her practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. I can't speak. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? That it's impossible? That it's possible? Yeah, exactly. What are we going with? What is wrong with this chair? Driving me batty. 11 a.m. We've been going at this for a while now. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, the detective of all people. No, it's gonna be what's-her-name. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, shows the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Lestrade. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. Oh. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impressioner of all hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. Oh, goodness gracious. My name is William Guthrie Sigmund Austrian. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm Velvich. Inspector General Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Eric Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and got up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Jenna, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw the event unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of Sirius 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially of those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. The child. Kill the child. It wasn't intensity terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's a huge bang from the stage, and then the next second is another bang in the sky besides us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. Didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Did she pickpocket the boy's coin? A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. It was super confusing. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. That's a good point. We haven't heard anything about that, as far as I remember. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. Then, the so-called birdcage that contains the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. Terrorism, I know. I was very surprised. Suddenly, the cage appeared before me eyes with the person inside. The blast is so hot, I did not want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money. Okay.
Precisely, who is this curious infant?
I am told he is a young noble of Brehormia royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Ja! I'm here for London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have to benefit from the child's point of view and testimony. Do we really need that? Whoa. When I move my mask, this is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could not possibly commit the murder. My brain is going to get jumbled trying to remember all these voices.
Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Well, I have absolutely no idea what to do here. I also don't know haven't decided on a voice for... Dude, the balloon man's hat got fire in it! Okay. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. Si, all 3 of them, my bellissimi bambalani. They're very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month? That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Paid the old work for Air Manchester police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. He took it off, I guess. They're so popular. Why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in disguise, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See? And the zone above the experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impersonators, they hate me.
Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for balloon rides at the exhibition. But you care more about what you actually witnessed of the incident.
Why? I can hear you there, my lord. Okay. So you actually saw the incident happen from up the air. Yup. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? Telling you, Otto, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force. We can go flying together. Oh my god, she's so funny. I like her a lot. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! You saw everything, because we were up above it all. Dude, what's this model for her? She's just perfectly standing still, which is just really weird for her. There we go. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage, and then dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. This pose makes less sense with that smile on her face. She's so happy about it. You were describing them where the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. They didn't know what make of it. But then there was another bang right in the ear. Looked around, there was a huge red fireball next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. Oh, excuse me, sir? I couldn't hear what he said. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet something for the first time, you should always use your full name. Oh my god, I can't speak his Zers. Their full name? Ah, yes. What was it again? Wilhelm Gostris Sigmund Ostrin. Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get right, Otto! It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Ja, there was a second explosion and was right beside our balloon, that is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it, one minute there was nothing and next there's a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when something else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you have the most awful life imaginable! Oh my god. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Oh, he needs a new balloon. Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Yeah, what? I never saw nothing like that. Her face. Well, I did! I saw it! You can't say I didn't! I will complain to the council! I will cry and scream! My testimony is the truth! I am Bohemian Prince! You cannot say it's a lie! That is not allowed! Bro, I love him so much! Playing the bleeding royalty card, all you typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask that you admit your formal testimony. In the entrance of cordial information relations between Great Britain and Bohemia, it was not the sky that exploded, it was the green balloon that was next to us at the time. Okay, give me some info, my young man. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Of course I am sure. I am the proud Bohemian Prince. Loves these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ugh! English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Regazos are very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason that planets never explode. It is illogical. I guess he's slowly becoming Italian. I don't even know. He looks like he could be Italian. I don't know. Why do they have so many different people with different accents? Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Madar! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky! All of them! Spanish, Italian. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that the peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps you should return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Rune? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However, the cat is... Okay. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw it after it hit the tower. It was the grand confonducia on the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized with the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all of my precious balloons were still there. I saw it, though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now. Oh my god. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear. Oh my god, I can't. I love her so much, though. She's so funny. Didn't get a good look inside the cage. Okay, I didn't need to read that. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Your head Otto? How could it have been me? I was up in the balloon, weren't I? Right. So of course I wasn't available. It was the boss who hit Ed the legged over there. He was getting shoved and kicked by all of the panicking spectators he tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Alright, the prosecution is really asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But if that was actually some kind of switch around... What if it was actually trying to switch around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. What? The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic, for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay, so what do I have in my inventory? Okay, we have the screwdriver. This thing. Why is the coroner, his name relevant, I wonder? Okay. Just looking over what I've got. Here's the photograph. I know this is a crossbow. Oh! Okay. That's probably the balloon then. Okay. Okay, so maybe this. Frick! The defense would have to accept the penalty given. You know, to hear it, and you would also have to think again. Wait a minute. Okay. What? Okay, I thought for sure that was gonna... Anything bad? Just... Okay, well that didn't really help. Okay. So... Okay. What did he say about this again? Okay, what do I do? Alright, let's see. The demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually a kind of switch around trick instead? Okay. That would mean the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I need to figure out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Okay, so if I... Okay, so let me see, Okay, so I don't think I get to finish this thing because the kid interrupted. I looked around, there was a great big fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. And what appears to have flames the cage, that's what.
And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it? But that's the 12th century for you, I reckon. So the people, they say 20th, I didn't read it right. So people who actually saw the division with their own eyes really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. Wait. What? What? Okay, so then. Alright, so let's see. Okay, that didn't have anything else in it. Okay, so... Okay, so maybe if I press this again... Bro, I'm, like, confused. Okay, nothing changed on that. Okay, Okay. What do I have? Okay, hang on. I don't want to look things up. Okay, it's real. next section then. Who? Okay, so... Okay. Okay, I thought I did this. Okay. This is why I was confused. I did the right thing at the wrong spot again. I always do that. Okay, so I feel better the fact that... No, don't press him! He mentions that the fact that the balloons can't be explode. So I wasn't trying to refute the boy, I was trying to kind of prove his point. So, but instead I should have been disproving him. My brain was still doing the same thing. It just was in the wrong spot. And I hate when that happens, because then it makes me think my entire train of thought is wrong. Thank you, God. Alright. Excuse me. Mr. Loon, in your testimony... Loon. You said that all three of your balloons you had operated at time were undamaged. See, this is great. If they had been caught in the explosions, then it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement is that they were all undamaged. Clearly contradicts the evidence. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Things be like those things crash 50% of the time anyway. Objection. The instantaneous collisions did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of the material is shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode. Yes, that's immensely plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. I disagree. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar! The person has died in the balloon by accidente! There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar! There is no such balloon in the sky! It is not impossible! You're saying it's impossible. Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Fire! Aye! But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were occupying at the exhibition.
Ah! Grazie, my lord! How are we focusing on the child, though? Mr. Loon's balloons. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar! The balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fall to the ground in Esperone, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a burn-up old bale of cloth fantasy, can you? The corpus at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris from the explosion stage. This stupid Riscado is mistaken! My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes in the sky anyway! Okay. That's not a child, that's Macaulay Culkin.
So your assertion that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you.
Si, excelente! Even if it's all a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. is very bad for business. They have a good mind and sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. Art war.
Good God.
What happened to that war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find his fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on this, my learned friend. Mission has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness.
Let's do it. Loon's balloons. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Signor. Signor. I might not know if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons! Do you believe I would make a mistake of something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check his gentleman's house. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear that no mistake has been made, then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously, ain't true, but the boss bought it and said I have to go himself in that case. Oh my god! She's like, I can only count. Only 2. Oh my god! Exactly. It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell into the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else? Ugh, that must be Italian. For I don't know. Okay, he is Italian. So there are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas. I believe. Hydrogen. Lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord! I do not permit smoking of these cigarettes on any of my balloons. The magic gas do not like fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, Signor? The only thing comes out of your mouth is that polonius baloney! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm not completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must assure me the proof. Bro, alright. So Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them are damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Bro, don't look at me. I'm trying to figure that out. That's a very good point. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always works out that way better. Dive into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on ears and ends and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, when the cage went questioned in the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, isn't he? You stumble across a big old balloon and tell you the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Yeah, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one? I could have wished you if this as I had wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, There was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Corpus at... Oh, hold on. There was considerable damage at the stage and the surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, someone at Cove as well out watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job, the old contraption kill over. I hadn't even considered that. It seems as there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from the balloon. Inspector Correction can expect repercussions. Like me swiping always fish and chips, eh? Oh man, so pleasure. None of this matters! The script of balloon envelope is nothing! Nitete! The kid has had nothing to say this whole time. I love it. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor! Senor, I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse! And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode from above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park up even before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from an earlier balloon incident that predates the exhibition? Si, excelente, es the thing you're saying. It's not from one of my balloons. There's a little Ragazzo from Bohemia's Mistake, but he saw... Oh, no. Let him speak. Let the child speak! Is something wrong, Master Gotts? Is Master William Scottish Sigmund Austrian? It was on the tip of my tongue. Ja, something very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloons here. I swear all of Bohemia. You speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. Coin. You don't have evidence, Rago, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence?
Do you have a simple example, young man? A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Very well, why did you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious! What?
I've not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Oh my god, he has a camera. Look at the two adults. They're like, what? Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit in the streets of London, of the Haute Stellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Ja, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That we did see a green balloon. Well, it's not in color. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Ja, perhaps you cannot see that is a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera! Whee! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Whee! I don't know how to make that sound.
Very well! The crew looks at this photograph of the evidence.
Photograph of the balloon. From by Gottswell, he was riding the balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took the shot. Let me see. I want to look at this picture again. Do you see that ray of light? Going up towards the balloon. What is that? I mean, it could be green. There's someone over there running around in the back. I'm looking for a mysterious crossbowman, if we can see them, but I can't tell. If that little arrow of light is literally an arrow, then that would be the explosion for sure. But the basket's empty. Anyway. It's not my fault. Is he fault? Is the person who made the camera? What the heck? Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter's release, there was this very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph teaches nothing. I could not even fly the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. Okay. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loon denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Did I press this one yet? But the prince took a photograph as proof. It's Prince Wilhelm Grostius Sigmund Orsting. Your robot help you here, Raxo. See, it is a balloon, but there's nothing more you can see from the black and white photograph. Just look at my head. That is a Balthazar Zoon balloon. The best in the business. Let's try not to get overinflated. Alright, the point is this. Here we have a clear photographic proof that the sky and the sky above the experimentation stage, there may have very well have been a balloon operated by somebody other than you, Mr. Loon. Who was it? I want to know. Who was this mongrel with no respect for the boundaries? As I thought, Mr. Loon's history just doesn't quite add up. Okay. Did I press this? Okay. Crap, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, well then... Then I would assume... Okay. This is okay. Perfect. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. But it shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers, would there? There'd be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasures, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So then the incident occurred that day. There was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing! Niente! I only tell you the one thing! If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine! This hat expands! There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, the Capitolone, they're trying to take my profits! They don't know this because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scripts that fell onto the ground after them left scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was from the bits of the balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. These photographs shows us nothing more! A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue traitor clearly has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue? I'm not going to be able to remember their voices. We are well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tells the court. What exactly does this alleged clue the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Just, it's right, ja! It was not my fault! Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with the flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively united. Nah. No, that's not what happened. What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court.
Of course, my lord. My clue is the clue that pierces the balloon. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is
the arrow of light.
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught accidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear to what the nature of this bright line really is.
Goodness, what is that?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh, golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire.
A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection! That's absurd! The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time! No flame can possibly have reached such a height. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals that it reveals how that is exactly what did happen. What evidence?
If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
The crossbow! This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that the crossbow was used too deliberately? Blimey, you're right! It stickled light in the falls like an arrow, doesn't it? And then, the explosion of the balloon it was. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside of it. No!
He wounds me! Order! Council, this is an extraordinary supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there is an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had a gunshot for the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there wasn't any big panic anyway at all. I don't like this. Should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong. Objection. Do you understand the implication of what you are saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what?
My goodness me!
No one has any clue. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. He's gone! Let's move! Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators in the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the Crystal Tower. I think you all agree it's utterly plausible, and entirely plausible, that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Makes more sense than anything. Objection. This is ludicrous, what you've described as no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. Of course, so in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. Objection. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside of it would have been scattered to the four winds when exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas could very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent that it would render this whole obscene charade impossible. Bro, So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, then it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimental stage to begin with. Ugh. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ugh! You wound me. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Oh no, that professor is gonna talk, isn't he? He's gonna ruin everything. There he is! Mr. Naruhito, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Udi Asman. He's lying! He's lying! Bro, he's so desperate for his experiment to be the truth. He's gonna try and go down for murder. Just for the sake of an experiment. He's nuts! Yes, it was me, my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Don't let him cook! Don't let blood ever cook again. Order, order, order! Defendant, explain this sudden confession. Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. Keep your pants on, son. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... What did he say? What? Beric! Yes, yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure that the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. Dude, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my shallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his up-and-coming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Wait, what? Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. What's more important, the truth or his protection? However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on the matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You have been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Oh man, the desperation pose. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's impossible when I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Oh, God. What do we believe? Bro, this is a difficult decision. Okay, so we have two options. Do we pursue the truth, or do we pursue our client's wishes? That's the choice we have to make. Because the truth will be found if we can examine the machine, but that's not what our client wants. But he's already been going against us from the beginning. But why does he want that so badly? My current thought right now is one of these body doubles. There's a real person involved somewhere, and then there's a fake. And right now, my current thought process is that the fake is a wax statue. Because we learned in the last stream that the sexy witch lady, Esmeralda, she makes the most lifelike sculptures of people. And as far as I remember, was the person stolen from the museum the same dude? It's important for somehow. I don't know if this himself is an actual statue. What the frick? That's not what I expected you to say. We have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. And personally, I think it's a conjuring trick. Especially because the prosecution is asserting it's a scientific invention. We have to go against it, I think. Or is it even not going to let me say? Ah! He won't pick, will he? No, I can't say it! My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. He won't let me. What might I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Who? Wait, what? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sasuto? What are you doing here? Are you a ghost? It's been far too long. Wait, what? Sasuto-san? But what are you? Hiya! Oh god! I'm on the ground! Oh! My first Sasuto takedown in 6 months. I guess she's real. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. I can't concentrate on anything upside down and underneath you. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. I hate you, Sasuto. Professor Hairbrain? Yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth, too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself, too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah! Yeet! So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. So wait, we are pursuing the truth, just like I wanted to do. Huh. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? But, Beric! Lord Van Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Yeah, you're missing a lot of information, Sasuto. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Okay! We're getting somewhere.
I beg your pardon?
Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let's see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. You wait, why did you describe him first? Well, I guess that's what we asked. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. Are you serious right now? This is... Oh, my God. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Aspen introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Dribbler. Dribber? Enoch Dribber? They know him.
Does this man name mean something? Members of the jury seemed flustered.
Not a name by any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not a name any college wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of his nature I've heard in scientific circles that connects with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I haven't heard of them resorting to such underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Dribbler's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confident trickster here. That's Enoch Dribbler for you. Alright, so we need to get this Dribbler on stage. So the machine is a crack, phony. Even if the hypothesis is in it. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Hey, Sora, you've missed quite a number of context. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Dribbler's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. And which is why you are so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. Well, yeah. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. And the true nature of Mr. Dribber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Dribber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Sounds about right. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Mr. Dribber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Dang, son. It's hard to say. I'll fill you in a minute, Sora. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord.
the court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Gather information about the man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I should be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he is presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Was there even a section in this trial where we actually had to prove to the jury anything? I don't think that happened at all in this section.
Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
That's kind of surprising. I like the fact that it narratively made sense for them to not do that. Like, I start to expect it happening at least here once every section, every checkpoint of the trial. And I don't think it happened at all in either of these first two checkpoints. For explanation, in the last stream, we did the first half of the first day of the trial, and it doesn't seem that there was any jury section then. I don't remember there being one. I don't think there was. I don't remember. There definitely wasn't today. Anyway. Well, they were all red, so I don't think that they had decided anything. Mr. Naruhado! Yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Dribber was really up to, I mean? Such a way. That my body was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis for my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, well in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. For some reason. So we must do as much investigating as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Okay, so here's the thing, though. Excuse me. That still proves that somewhere involved in this case is a body double. A lifelike, convincing one. Probably a wax sculpture still. The question, if it is the wax sculpture character the one that was in the hot air balloon when it exploded and came down to the Crystal Tower, or was it the one on stage? And or was there more than one? Like, that's the thing. It's like, how could the man get up and be moving going into the birdcage, and then and then the real person come out of the balloon? I'm from the personal assumption right now, but that doesn't make sense, because if it was just as simple as a body double, they would have figured out he was wax, as a wax corpse. Plus, a wax corpse would have melted, being inside the balloon when it exploded. It would have melted to some degree, so it would have had to been a corpse. But then the question is, it's like, then who's dead? My current theory right now of how it stands is that the person who was allegedly murdered, Mr. Asman, I don't think he's dead at all, personally. I think what has happened is Asman and this new party, this Mr. Dribbler, who built the machine, they were using Harebrain together, and they were going to con him for this machine to work. They were going to con him out of the money and remove him from the equation. I'm sure with Harebrain gone, the fake scientist assistant of Dribbler could continue to pursue the government grant, because they would have proved that the teleportation worked. And so Dribbler and Asman would be profiting, because if we remember correctly, where is he? That Asman, he's a criminal organization mob boss leader. There's no way he just casually gets murdered. I think it's a mastermind plan by Odie and Dribbler currently, to some degree, or perhaps Dribbler double-crossed Odie, but that still doesn't explain the moving body double on stage. Is it someone that looks like Asmon, or did someone who looks like Asmon was killed? That's the question. And that's my thought, is if Asmon was a body double of Asmon was killed, and it's not Asmon who's dead, Asmon is using that death to slip away back into the criminal underworld, is my guess. Because he was under the pursuit of, like, you know, Baron von Zeeks and the guy who's totally not Kazuma. Okay, I kind of derailed for a little bit there, but I just wanted to explain my thought process, because I feel like these streams don't give me a lot of time to speak my mind if it's not in the investigation section. And I wanted to go through what was going through my own head. We must do as much investigation we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Bye-bye, Mr. Hairbrain. Sasuto, how you doing, girl? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhado. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise! Iris, you scamp. She never had any intention of being anywhere. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. It's a great time to get in on them, Sora, if you never played them. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. A freaking overhead toss just slipped out? Nah, man, that's cool. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Now, Keith. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Who let you in there? Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh? Having you on my side in court gives me the strength I needed to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhado. I'm delighted to be here. Well, that's probably the one time in the whole series that freaking Naruhado was going to be alone at the defendant's bench, which in a sense was actually kind of fun. It's weird. It's weird going into those courts without having an assistant, which I think helps show that the character that you're playing as has more confidence to be alone. I'm sure there's got to be. To be fair, Sora, if you have them on Steam, you could always look and see if there's mods for, like, flashing lights type of warning thing, or flashing lights, like, removal mods or whatever. Or something, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there are mods that do that. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mekatoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of the most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait. Could be worth looking into. Sasuto-san was back in London. Oh, what's she? Is there an options for that? There's a button that removes the screen flashes. I had no idea. I had no idea. Let's turn them off and see how that favors. We'll just see. I don't really... I mean, to me, it doesn't really mind me too much, but we'll just play it with like that for a little bit and see what it changes. Sasuto-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn, as it always happens to do. To be continued? To be continued, yeah. We're still going, though. We're probably... I'm going to aim, if I can, to get to the beginning of the next day of trial. And that's where we'll start for next time. There you go, Sora. You have means to play now. I'm sure all the modern releases, if this has it, I'm sure the modern releases do. Actually, I can check on my sister's release of the Ace Attorney original trilogy and see if it's on there. I've never actually looked. It's never been something I never need. And like for me, Flash Knights don't bother me, so I don't give it a second thought. But anyway, back at home. We can't talk long. We got work to do. Legal consultancy. Oh, that's Happy Eyes. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to say so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Megatoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. Oh, bro, you gotta give us the news. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... that's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! Honestly, I'm not noticing the lack of flashes so far yet, but I don't know if they're actually gone or if they are or not. Who knows? It feels boneless. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. For me, it's an easy accommodation to make, but I do get the fact that the flashing lights does take a little bit away. But and there's one other thing. Something you wrote about in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazu. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Girl, spill! What happened about... Okay, well, let's go everything. I'll go in order. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Jezebel Brett. Giselle Brett, not Jezebel. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play it being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. Oh, I did look over and I did see it glance the screen rumble. That's new. I don't think there are any mustache that could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Sasato. It's about the real reason why Professor Megatoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume drew the drawing of the collar in a report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Yeah, there's a very slight screen shake. Oh, Susie! That's very meaningful. Look, Sasato-san's giving Iris there. Oh no, is she gonna tell her the truth? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jiku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Megatoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shashiro Gyoku. Jigoku? You've met him, Mr. Naruhado. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. No, of course not. That menacing man. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Or is it Jigoku? I don't know. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed me to returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and then he agreed me on going ahead. Yes, about the symposium. Seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? I love how I kept talking higher and higher, more questioningly. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject over yesterday. But I sort of lost will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended me in wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence service has been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. She sounds Chinese then. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing that we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before? Oh god, please game, don't tell me that. Oh, where have I heard that before? Oh no, I don't remember enough. If it wasn't the first game, there's no way I'd ever remember. There's too many details, and it was too long ago. I'm sure it'll bite me like a snake later on. It probably was, but I don't remember. It's not in the people in this one, is it? Bohemian Boy! He shortened his name. Okay, well, anyway, what about Kazuma? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. That was him. I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on! In that visiting student's fate! Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England! That he died on the steamship! And that he'll never... And then he got yeeted by the judge. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? Oh god, give it to me. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consultant staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Holy... Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on close by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. Bro. That theory about the mysterious masked man is starting to sound a little more plausible. Now, see if I could remember. Well, to be fair, most of these people have the same jawline. Except Gregson. Gregson has no jaw. And this man has too much of one. So, maybe that means nothing. But, I don't know. That theory is becoming more and more believable in every passing minute. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Probably the same one I'm having. Okay. The Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Bureau were definitely strange. Yeah, give me I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Dude, that jawline looks like it could work. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. So she's already thought of this! This has already crossed her mind. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? That doesn't mean anything anymore! And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. That's what I'm saying! Mr. Sholmes is in on this! That's what my feeling is! When he's hid the case of the Basker Hounds, and that's connected to Natsumi, and Natsumi got the attention of Mr. Mikotoba, and Mr. Mikotoba has got all worried about this, and I wouldn't be surprised if Mikotoba knows Strongheart. It's like it's all some really weird woven conspiracy. Mr. Sholmes knows, and I think that's why Dude, that's gotta be why Mr. Sholmes is putting up Rinosuke as he is, and as well as taking care of Iris. It's to keep loose ends tied up. Because... yes, they do, I think. But my thought is that, like, Mr. Sholmes is putting up Rinosuke and Iris and Sasato because Mr. Sholmes is keeping an eye on us. He's making sure we don't get too involved in things we shouldn't be getting involved in. Like the case of the Basker Hounds or that mysterious caller. Like, Sholmes knows stuff. He knows, and he's keeping it hidden from us. I think that's... As stupid and goofy as he is, I've been getting the feeling as time has passed that his stupidity is entirely an act. Excuse me. Something was stuck in my throat. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing except for what I just explained. I suppose that's true, yes. But she doesn't believe it. The idea that he might still be alive is somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Sasato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Sasato's-san we're talking about, after all. See, exactly. She's trying to convince herself it's not true, but the evidence is starting to show up a little bit, in my opinion. Also, was it ever implied that Sasato-san and Kazuma had, like, a thing going on? Because, like, or if it's just Sasato's character, because she feels extremely strongly for Kazuma, almost sometimes more than Naruhodo, because it's like, I don't know, I've had that thought in my head, but I don't ever remember them saying anything, if that was a thing or not. But then again, sometimes not saying is better because of how well you can write the context clues like this. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Yeah, but you bring that up and that just means it's true. That wouldn't come up if it didn't mean anything. Anyway, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Any point in examining things? You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see. It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death. Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death, too, if you ask me. Oh, well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. She reads my mind. Fair point, Sora. You see, I've always been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it up, all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. Miss Sasito, it's the way I see it. All these papers putting up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again. I feel that joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Dude, I love that. It's so funny. No, I'm still looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. Which you think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it's Sasito-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Bro, he's such a goober. I love him. Okay, was that all that was in here? Oh, this wall is there. That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? Oh, the picture. I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know. I wondered if we'd ever all be together again, to be honest. Oh, I know. So did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together. Yep, the plot demands it! I can't deny that having Sasito-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. Ah! She's just been standing there! Menacingly! Left your desk completely untouched, Miss Sasito, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I wouldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was, too. Well, that's how it should be, after all. Oh dear, I've forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. So pleased to see all of our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming, and the enemies are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Here's our door. Your room through here should be exactly as you left it. I have still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Brah. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. They called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's what it was. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Yeah, how did you know that? And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! Yo, it's story time. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it for you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Sasato, what are you doing? Oh, Father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? Bro, you can't say something like that and then play it off like it's nothing. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Okay, so now what do we do? So, Mr. Naruhito, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. Dude, look at that cheeky grin of her face. I can't even. She fills me with joy every time. I can't even lie about it. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Sasato. I expected nothing less, to be honest. Well, I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Dribber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was entrusted to that machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Where did I get entrusted from? Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sounds of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him! Well, yes. She's about to go action on him. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree. We really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective. No, let's not get Mr. Sholmes involved, please. We're supposed to guess who she might be thinking of. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm surprised too. I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on it, won't you? What? That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. All right, let's get out of here. I can't go there. Madame Tuss. Wait, what's the new location? All right, let's jump down here. Probably nothing. Herb market. Nope, nothing here. Let's pop in, I guess. See if anything happens. Yo, who's that? Is that freaking Colress from Pokemon? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. It's a woman, I figured, but like... Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Ah, the young champion of the court! You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now the politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special disposition that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Well, I mean, yes. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Oh my god, she is menacing. Is she a vampire too? An albino vampire? Dude, she like really is albino. There's not a single speck of color in her soul. She's got gray lips, gray eyes, pale as white skin. Is about as white as hair could be. This looks like if she looked at the sun, she'd explode. Yes, thank you. Also looks like her hair could stab someone. She's probably gonna be a villain next chapter. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh wait, that was the name of this report, wasn't it? Yeah, Courtney Sith. Okay. She's leading the forensics investigation team's handling of the case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asmund. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Alright. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Well, let's see what he's got to say. No, I want to talk. What exactly is this forensic investigation team that you've mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it is imperative that we embrace the forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensics investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? The next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. The London scum's about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Hellfire! I tend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Fire!
I don't think he ever says anything unsincerely. Fire! Dr. Sith is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at the Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Makatoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Makatoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Makatoba very well. He had to consider that response. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. You mean right out? He came here right after freaking Sasato was born? She's only 16, 17, I guess, going on maybe. It was the year I was born. Yep. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Makatoba was a youth practitioner of forensic science. A young practitioner, sorry. Same difference. And Jigoku, accompanying him as a young, promising judge. The punctilious and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Makatoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens. So everybody knows each other! Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I have no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? Bro really didn't want to be a parent of the terrible twos, did he? What happened to your mother? You know what? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. Sounds like it. What do you mean? Why? Mother died? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Don't push it. Kind of awkward to not say anything. It's probably easier that way, Sora. Just let the information sit in your brain and fester. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? Please don't be Professor Mikotoba. You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in our court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. A Londoner started to say that wherever Barak Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother? It's not a real thing. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, if you could say I was barely aware of the subject until recently, well, the special dispensation legally preventing the investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Did he just leave at that? Okay. Farewell, I guess. Let's just go down the list. Let's go to prison next. Holy! What's he doing? Oh my, there's the wall of cells covered in mathematical equations. Science! And he's still writing even more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Miss Naruhito. And who is this young lady? My name is Sasato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhito's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a profound young woman like you sooner. Wait, what? None of this would have happened. Bro, literally saying a good woman keep him out of trouble. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. I don't know, there's some logic to that. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no! The whole thing, this whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrain? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Since it's about super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. What? Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's gonna have to be a new... So it's going to be a new serial publication for next month. Part 1, an odd birth and an odd upbringing. You can't beat a man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course! I've been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Driver. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? This music. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that it was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. And what was that? Bro, he has a lot to say, and I'm getting tired of reading his voice. After the horrible accident that happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers, not any lawyers even. I feel like they dealt some kind of finishing blow there. The prosecutor had taken the case. If it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from the start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well, indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that's extremely kind-hearted soul. Spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? I didn't change much more information. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. You ever had any of these, like, chocolate oranges, by the way? Anybody? When I first met him, he was a wealthy financer. Did he, like, not know he was, like, a criminal mastermind? How long ago was it, my mouth is getting tired from reading. When we're done talking with him, I'm going to take a brief intermission for me to get a drink and rest my mouth, because this is exhausting. When I first met him, he introduced himself... Okay, say that. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was a mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As a machine, it was essentially a set degree for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. Dude, what's with these new expressions they all have? Especially Sasato's. And freaking, what's her name's? Emma Estrade. The scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was very elaborate for you, deception. Oh, you said they're full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us had any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Barely legal? Excuse you? With all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why you have to find those responsible. Bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which only leaves the engineer. Mr. Enoch Ribber. Is he an engineer, a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Dribbler to meet me in my laboratory. So I had to discuss the details of the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There was no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. You must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us about his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Dribber's enormous fabrication factory where he constructed my great machine. I love how Sasuto looks at us like, brother, really just forgot that. That's really important. Why didn't you mention this before? You know, Dribbler's workshop. There's a very chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Dribbler's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Dribbler there. You don't know how to get there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. That didn't tip any red flags? He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's possible to obtain in Britain. Aha! The indescribable scent that is of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Masato? Oh, the machine for your next birthday. I never use any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhito, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. She just naturally smells very nice. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Dribber, for example. The man was very clearly cautious, Miss Asato. I'm sure he would never have... Yes, I do! He did me a business card once. It's right here! Look! What? Let me see that! No, she went to freaking Kung Fu mode again! That pose is really weird from the side. And she got long sleeves. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? She's coming around. She's shaking off the Japanese norms and stereotypes. Enoch Dribbler, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. Ah, that's a shame. No. Oh, well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Well, let's have a look at it. It definitely will be useful to some degree. Let's see. What's that? This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrine mentioned something about the oil Mr. Dribbler uses, doesn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so... Excuse me for a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. That's weird. Okay, well. Alright, so I'm going to take a very brief intermission. Just a couple of minutes. Like I said, we're going to be going until I reach the next phase of the trial, so... we got a little bit longer, so... Get your break stuff in order. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I just really need to rest my tongue. All these voices and all this dialogue is exhausting. So, I'll be back. I'm not going to leave any special music. Just, whatever's playing. So, I hope the ads are fine. Alright, I have returned. It took a little bit longer because dinner was actually done. I didn't even know there was going to be dinner tonight. So I ate the baked potato. I'll finish the salad at some other point in the stream here. So let's see. Let's head to the laboratory. Oh man, this is kind of a... I believe this is it. Dr. Sith's laboratory. Chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. We're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Sasato. We could have just had a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Nope, I do not feel safe here. Bro, there's no music at all. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ah, that's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. What? The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. What's up here? These large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside of them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like pickled amboshi plums we'd make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I suspect they are human organs in a preserving solution, probably as samples of some rare medical condition. Miss Sasato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine to never know about. Ever. Oh! So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or ambrosia, aren't they? Of course. God, these two, I swear. This is Dr. Seth's desk. I would not like to work at a place like this. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhado? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes. And the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I could just about cope with it with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me all, but that's all. Oh, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. The Western cabinet makers really are quite skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhado? Miss Sasato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope. I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Bro, what a baby. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhado. Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like that in Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Look at all this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are really only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? Good question. I don't know if I want the answer. What are you doing? Ah! There she is. She's got a snake crawled on her arm. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Stress that a lot. Very well. If Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Yes, ma'am. So what are your findings? Yes. So you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from the examination of the scene? Oh, okay. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experiment stage and emitted an explosion, and the Asmon who appeared in the moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. And that's the team's conclusion. How? But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as investigative aid and as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? That's not what happened! My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, but yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Alright, now we need to leave. Whoa! Mama, what is this? Mama?! For a second I was distracted and just thought you put on a mask, but I didn't realize the entire outfit was different. Ah! Oh, where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes? Can I cut this one up? Ah! What? Ah! I've never seen the inside of an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Excuse me? Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhado, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on the things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Sasito. I think perhaps it's time we left. Alright, back to the stage, I guess. I knew this place wasn't safe. had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. I feel like as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds at this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling your lot would show your mugs before long. Oh wait, wrong guy. Whoops. Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greens to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. He's talking about Sasuto! Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Miss Inspector. How good of you to notice. Maybe a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we're hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over it, Jenna! She's busy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Jenna? She's a police officer now? Oh, we didn't fill her in on that? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to stay toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? Had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris's police prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an extremely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. You don't. Now, don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Jenna to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose she's worried. He's worried she's slipped back into sipping her hands in people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Mr. Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this though with Jenna. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Oi! You just called me a bloovin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Alright, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them in my capable detective diva here. What? Aye, you're the boss. Inspector Lestrange in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Jenna, you've got a new dog, have you? She gonna pick him up? Oh! Ain't great. Toby's his name. Oh my god, it's so cute. So Gregson adopts Jenna, and Jenna adopts Toby. That tail was like a motorboat. Oh, absolutely delightful. He's absolutely adorable. I did not see it. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Wait, what? What had changed? Jenna, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm like playing with my friend here. She's so cute. They're both adorable. Dude, that tail is moving. I love it. Ah, yes, Toby. Bro, she's like, bro. I love them both. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume? I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Susie. Oh. It's like I told Otto yesterday. Even I didn't lie near that, Rick. What's it called again? The reason he's supposed to touch is the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why ONM law allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something. The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't the case that the Special Disposition has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. I'm not sure that's quite right, Jenna. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching all the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him. Waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office. He came back sniffling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above the board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Well, thank you, Jenna. Trees trial. Yeah, it's a great one. I had a white laugh. It was a new one on me yet. You know, I've been in court and I spent the whole time worrying about being found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and all those made things all for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Jenna. But watch someone else get it in the next. A lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Jenna, is Mr. Naruhato's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? It's supposed to rest out of Colvania. He ain't got time for them all and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Dribber, you mean? Enoch Dribber. That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. Is that giving him a good ache? Are you sure that's from the chips? Oh dear. But I wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. Yeah. The fish and chips, man. That stuff is actually pretty greasy. I've had it over there in the UK. Pretty good, though. But definitely greasy. As you would expect of fried food. If you like me, Greg, said eat a salad. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Dribber. Haven't they had any luck? He's really funny looking. Got two eyes that what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of Marley. I mean, didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, it's Wolfland and Reaper's always walk gugging down glasses of that blood red plonk. Lord Van Zeeks. He's always added in for me, that cold. Don't know what else he's always calling about 9. Probably been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-guggling demigod. You're equally bad off with both. I suppose you're right. I ain't had thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set to find the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues go on. Sid is stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to the Dribber at all. Except maybe Herlock Sholmes. Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Jenna? Don't call him a mutt. It's rude. Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto! Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how'd they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. They're so cute, I can't even.
My focus is unparalleled.
Unparalleled. Sorry? I'm giving him a purple tie and everything. Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they already use visually in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. Do you want to run down the street on all fours, Naruhado? I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from the undergarments that haven't. Ew! You weirdo! That's nothing compared to this little fella, Otto. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff for your drawers. What is that bang? Her face and the dog. She looks like she's pointing him like a rifle. Once Toby got a good whiff for your drawers, can chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhado, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right? One of those days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Jenna. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is the Britain's first police dog. They have matching scarves, I just noticed. Now I'm down to Easton the other day. Somebody said and chucked him out in the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Jenna, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. How old is Jenna compared to these two? 18. Oh, she's older than at least Makoto. Susato. Susato. I don't know if she's older than us, though. I don't remember how old we are. Who the heck knows? Let's look around. There's the scrapping. Oh my god. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Yes, you are. Now, the Crystal Tower. I've never seen it in such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Hasato? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know! Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Well, that really wasn't helpful. What a shame that the symbolic the Great Exhibition would be damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. That could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yuma University? Was it by studying alone? Oh my god. Brother, he's too real sometimes. The balloons. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly. And so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruto. You must be able to see it for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. What's that? Just select. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters, if you prefer. Cramming your neck to see up it. It starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruto. Well, let's go. Oh my, so this is a machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Heverin went in order to obtain the research grant. No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that... Ah! Lord Van Zees? What is he doing here? So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Asuto? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do want to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel wheel. Okay, well, let's start looking. We can't talk to him until we look at him, I guess. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders had buckled and twisted in the very blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, that metal girdle on the floor. Or metal grill, not girdle. It was designed to open. It does, doesn't it? That's what I was thinking. Oh, but at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I think there's any doubt this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't that exhilarating? Different architecture from all the corners of the world. Oh, I thought that was the handles. It is very subjective. That's an interesting take on that. An onion. I don't like taste of onions. Get over it. You really oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruto. Okay, so kind of wish we had the little scanning element that they introduced in Ace Attorney 6 or 5 and 6. That was so much easier than looking over everything and looking for something I can examine. But I think this was made before that. But you would think the remake would have included it. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing in before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhito? Notice that the forensic team had already taken away to re-examine it, because they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we're given strict instructions to not touch anything, but still, this is too important piece of evidence to overlook. We might need for the trial. Yeah, why does it not have any burn marks after being in an explosion? That's my thing. I don't think it was actually involved in an explosion. Ferris wheel? I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing for among young London couples. I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Bro, Rinosuke, I understand. I understand the fear of heights. Trust me, better than anyone. I understand it. My thoughts on Ferris wheels are the same. But if this girl says we should go ride on it, you say yes. It doesn't matter. Everything else goes out the window if she asks. If he doesn't, I'm gonna have words with Naruhito. Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhito? It's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer. But what if we broke? Oh, well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany on it then. In that case... Oh! Dude, take it back! Dude! When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Oh, dear. It is complicated for you, isn't it? Oh, my God. Dude... Naruhito, in a lot of ways, is my spirit animal. Not in all of the ways, but in a lot of ways. Okay. Well, let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the vampire. Oh, boy. Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhito. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. I love her so much. Lord Van Zieks. What? Well. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? God. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. No, I understood the signs. I saw the signs, as the song says. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. God. Ah! Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about. Not at least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. He won't speak about that. Ask away, Mr. Naruhito. You won't know unless you try. Oh, God. We're going to really address the elephant in the room, aren't you? So, Clint. Oh, he's going to kill you. He'll pull out the sword. What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zieks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. Tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? There's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar on Ebenezer with the exact same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Truspel's Museum of Waxwork, by any chance? Alright, Sora, you have a good night then. I am, naturally. I believe that since last month, I featured in one of the displays there, for Brother Scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean... Yes, the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating cases as we speak. Why are we talking about him? I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Why is that relevant, I guess? Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Thank you, Sasuto. Wow, Sasuto-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. We need somebody to do it. I feel like it'd be in his place to. Fine. Why not? I feel like if I was in Naruto's shoes, I'd be just as much of nervous as him. And the strong woman type always helps get things done like that. I've had a history with that. I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Oh. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. Dude, he's got this familiar air to me about him. I feel like I've seen someone that looks like this before. But, you know, not like in this game, like in general. Something about his design. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Oh God! The assassin! It's the file of the cursive was the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, she hasn't seen him yet! Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Sasuto-san can see it too. Lord Van Zeeks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Oh, are you gonna actually talk with him? Or is he leaving? Kazuma-sama! Oh no! She's thinking that... Bro! She... No hesitation! She's like... Ah! Ah! He stopped! Bro, if that's not confirmation, I don't know what is. Kazuma. I don't believe it. He spoke too. It's his voice. Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Well, wait! He's not waiting. Too late. What's going on here? Are we gonna tell him? Yo, let's talk. Oh, dude, let's talk to him. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. Oh, that's gonna be good. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I am much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Whoa. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Sasatosan called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Oh, I got chills from that, honestly. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhado? Yes, yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. Yeah, drag him! Oh my god, I can't wait. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. Ooh. You're going to have to leave now. Oh, he was still here? I thought he left! The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we can do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Sasato. Of course. Bruh. Oh, man. We're gonna have to drag Mr. Sholmes. I don't think Jenna has anything else to say, does she? Oh, it's changed. Jenna. We were actually hoping that we could investigate this scene again. Yeah, if it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. They're so cute. Ah, yes, Toby. Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything about that, Jenna? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. Well, when it suits you, yes. Okay, well. I don't think there's anything to... You know what? Let's roll the dice. You just let... Oh, where'd it go? Oh. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I think we're done here. Wait, what? Why is Sasha saying it like that? Okay, well then if she's saying it like that... Okay, Jenna, have a look at this photograph. It's amazing looking down at everything from up there. I love high places, me. Really? If I'm honest, I can't stand looking down at the ground on high up. I always have to look up. Shame. I wanted to show you what it's like, but there ain't no point now. Why not? If all you're gonna do is look up at the sky, I ain't gonna be able to look down on you. With you, sorry. I mean, I don't look down on you or nothing. If you don't want to do it, it's your choice. I didn't think I'd ever go up high in a balloon, to be honest. Not in my whole ever life. But now I'm starting to think I might like to. Wait, was she asking him out? I don't know. I don't think that was relevant at all. Did I try this one already? I don't remember. About this, Jenna. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Oh, poor thing. I only know A to E. So if I don't know too much, so if I ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Jenna, it's the back of the card that's important. I thought about this. I forgot about it. Yeah, how come? I thought it would come up later, but this is it's just a dirty old smudge in the back. That's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff in. You sure? I ain't smell nothing. No. We didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, what? You mean Toby? I can't. They're so cute. His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Harebrain informs that this oil is unique to Mr. Dribber's workshop. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff, sniff. I love the look on her face. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of his oil, Toby can lead us to the Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right, it's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Oh, wants a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drubber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Jenna. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Oh, poor Gregson. Right then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that Dodgy Engineer Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty, yeah, all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Jenna. Oh, wait. Oh well, never mind. I ain't gonna be me who gets it in the neck, you'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Wait, Toby? Got the oil set, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads into that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so, too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all of the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine whereabouts of Mr. Drubber. I'm sure Jenna and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Trustbell's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Ah, yes! I heard something about his latest unusual venture. Alright, well, off we go. Give me just a second. I'm gonna finish the salad. I don't want to do it on camera. You know what? I'll just run like 30 seconds of ads or something. So give me just a moment. Alright, I've returned. I had used that moment to just quickly use the restroom so that we can power through the rest of the investigation period. Alright, Madame Tussbells. Is the pretty lady here? Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being so scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. But you know, there's something about that waxwork over there. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Ah, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhado. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. But you don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he is hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Eros. Do not disturb. Oh, those lips. Poor Sasato-san. She looks very perplexed. Wait. Oh, I thought it was a cutscene for a second. Like, wait a minute. Alright. Ah, yes. The heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tussbells special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money as if you weren't scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhado. No, we didn't say that. Okay. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? Yeah? The anime characters over here. Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Wait, what? I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that. Surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha, we have a new theory! Oh my god. I love these two. They have such weirdly good chemistry. Alright, well, I think the obvious elephant in the room needs to be addressed. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Sasato takedown, then a Sasato squash, and then finally, a Sasato smash. Wait, she's learned new moves! Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Sasato slam should finish him. A Sasato slam? She's got all 4 of her Pokemon attacks in. Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave your yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. That sounds like it would be extremely painful. Here's the man. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? He's so stupid. I love him so much. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. Gonna throw him? Throw him. She fainted! Sasuto-san! Okay. Bruh, you scared her! My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We were talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow! As I predicted, it was easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I am yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Oh god, you said food. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Haha, well, you remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the Imperial Capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiation was entirely unnecessary? In fact, I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, I do sense that you have some business with this great waxwork. Alright. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh! Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Dribber. Dude, her serious eyes. That pose with that face does not feel right at all. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate it before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Dribber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself, and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, well. Oh, I'm on the wrong menu for that. Let me address that whole thing first before we crack open the Kazuma can of beans. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Dribber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. You not gonna tell me anything? Alright. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery, and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim Kazuma Asogi. Oh, dude, he looks pretty serious. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. He says as he lies through his teeth. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhado? Bro, he knew. He knew it was a fool. He couldn't believe that the crewman at the present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhado. Will you indulge me? After being outed as a liar? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit room, exhibit from which it was taken, back behind those thick curtains. Sorry. Yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special, one-time only price, if you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, my dad. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain as if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits beyond the curtain. I invite you to peruse at your leisure. This lying man. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Alright, let's see it. Through those heavy curtains at last. Cutscene? Transition? Nothing. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. This is what makes Britain great. Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Poor Sasito. Alright, let's see. The special exhibit. Why is the head missing? Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine just as we walked in here. Miss Sasito! I see we turn our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. See what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? We paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Sasatosan's voice tremble? Dude, this music is really good. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. Seems to be a young man with a white overcoat. He has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. As we should investigate in a little more detail. Ha ha! I can't see his face very well. Can you? That's if I just... Oh! Do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhito? I put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Naruhito, is it possible this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Dribbler. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Who calls? One second. Indeed it is. Oh no, wrong guy. I thought it was gonna be her. Mr. Sholmes! Indeed it is! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe? Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in the exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Sassato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. Yeah, you should. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. That would be incredibly smart. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. An enormous hunting hound. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was similarly sentenced to death by hanging. But he was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness, but of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Dribbler. He saw it happen? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Dribbler. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, who had been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young dribbler ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, it's here in the photo we have of him. His hair is completely white. The following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page of the Capitol. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Trustbell's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Dribbler was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was ever made public, rumors about abundant. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed into a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What? What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigate the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and publish their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Dribbler must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Dribbler's hair is unusually white. If that really did happen overnight, it's real of a shock. Hard to believe that the incident was an out and out lie. I don't know if this will be anything worth time. Mr. Sharps, can you look at this photograph again? I see, so that's it. What? Have you worked something out? There is indeed one deduction to be made from this photograph, yes. Each time you show it to me, it will cost you 5 shillings. Otherwise, I have nothing to add. Wonderful, and nothing for me to take away, either. Really? Was that it? Odi Osman. Yes, a fearsome adversary. What? You mean you fought him? I once infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. But he saw through my disguise instantly. So remember what the man said to me now. What was it? Whoever saw such a tall old lady? Old lady? Indeed, but my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day since the humiliation. Mrs. Mineseal is retired. Miss Mineseal? I wouldn't give my right arm to see that. will see I'm rather busy at the moment. As you see, come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, threepence price my house consultation fee. That's 2 hours of gas, and that is. Alright, so I'm assuming there's still some other dialogue to get. Unless the new dialogue was added. Sholmes, did you have a look at this newspaper? Why? You've been in my room and helped yourself, have you? Let's not turn this into a scandal, shall we? What? Well, considering I've already read it, one thing immediately strikes me. This paper is old news. Ah! What's the press? You should show me this. What is done is done! You must distinguish, my dear fellow. Distinguish the old from the new! There are some conversations you wish you'd never started. If there's nothing else to say, but I'm just being thorough. I guess I could still look around. Alright, well there's nothing else to show. Let's have a look. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. I think it's according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving any moment, doesn't it? Only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then, perhaps, his head was chopped off by a guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Atsuto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absently forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absently forgot to include the head when he or she returned to the museum, and that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. We don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the victim's jacket here, or convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite big, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? It must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Ah, well, I've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean. Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would the glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged in this waxwork's jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in the court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discovered this fragment of glass here is in this waxwork. Is it just coincidence? Anything else? Here, well, it appeared to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. Camera, but it's so small. British knowledge incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment of a dead body coming back to ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Okay. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's the photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. Over the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Have a look. You should see for yourself, Sasatone. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Those two were cute, I swear. Oh, are we done? Oh. What the being no auto? What you gone done? Jenna, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you be. So, Jenna, that's allowed in the museum. Madame Trustbills will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so. Alright, Jenna, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Jenna? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that Dodgy Cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now on a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Jenna. We'll make our way there at once. Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh my god. She's so cute. All the little poses and everything. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place, and the exhibit over there. Dude, his eyes! Where did his eyes go? Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Please open your eyes. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words haunted me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame wouldn't have me pay monetary recompense. Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow! I shall hail the carriage at once! Oh, no offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I'll gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhado. Thank you, Miss Hasato. Right, let's go. I want to look at that camera. You know, Gribber's workshop. Hold on, I want to look at the camera. Before we forget. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. So we have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Bro, blood? Look, Naruhado. What is it? On the bellow is just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. What's the picture? Oh, look, there's the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph if you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork. Was it the actual person? So we never have found a photographic print in the first from my life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Sasatosan, she looks devastated. back to business. That looks like... Oh, it's another high-voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Jenna, well done for finding this place in such a little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's a miracle worker. Oh, I thought you locked shit up for long. Hello, Inspector? That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Jenna tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude. I've been paid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to a lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down while we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. His eyes disappeared again. Alright then, let's see what we can find in here. Oops. Alright. Thank you. Ah, this appears to be the most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. You don't know what a trophy looks like? I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Dribber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhado? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere and not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record. Let's have a look at it. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for futures of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Dribber really was a very talented scientist. Okay, nothing else. I thought there would be a secret underneath. Wait, what on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhado. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but the real airplane would actually fly high in the sky, while suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in the air unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? The quiver. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Dribbler was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Details of the crossbow have been updated to the court record. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that look open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Look at the smirk on his face. I love him. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Driver must have fled at the first sign of danger. Let's see. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the special design. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it first from the Crown and the government. What? Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for Dobie, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sasata. Oh. Something wrong, Miss Sasata? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Jenna? Do you hear it too? Yeah, I wouldn't know. What you working, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Over in there, open up! It's a Scotland Yard! Oh my, someone is in there! Arrgh, it's rotten, bleeding lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could have locked the door just in a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Click! There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow! Yes! Sword in hand. What we got? A bomb! What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Oh my god, it really is. Or a lot of things. Rats! There ain't no one here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe the sound of the Dribber running away. There's only one door to this room. And no windows that should afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. But there's footprints on them. What's that up there? Are they footprints? On the ceiling? Blow me! What have you there then? Bro, is everyone ignoring the obvious bomb in the room? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. A rope? What's the significance about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensic team investigation arrive, too. And the... Didn't mean to do that. Alright, well, I'll leave the bomb for last. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whoever is inside this must be very important. There's the green balloon. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. Does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? No denying it, is there? Their footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Is there a Sasato shoot-up or something? Like a Sasato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Miss Naruto. I love it. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Indeed, it would, wouldn't it? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't even ever this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruto. I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not necessarily in here per se, so that everything is literally upside down. But why? Alright, let's judge just the elephant in the room now. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto! Yes, in the point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like this before. Oh, that's why no one reacted. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me, but... Ah! Sasato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? Her eyes! What? Did you say a time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh! You are truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Heh! You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You've got a clue what it is either, have you, Jenna? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times that I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective. Listen, here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Dribbler himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, just explain everything. Oh my god. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, dude. What an angry face. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You are too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly just stand there, Miss Sasato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. Goodness.
What time do you work tomorrow?
Huh?
What time do you work tomorrow?
6.
6. Okay. We just want to double check because we have to go to the... Mom's going to the venue thing tomorrow, so... And she wanted me to come, so we were going to take both cars and then just make sure we got back on time. So I just want to double check.
Okay.
Thank you for the orange.
No problem. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. She just stands there. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in fleeing us from the great pole of the Earth. Her face. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Sasato. I, too, was incredulous at first. I can't see that one. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. The anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine, only the other day, in fact. It's a bomb. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. There's a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically, and the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further than explain the state in which we now find this room. My god. The direction in which the gravity acts here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. That's not it. Missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? And undoubtedly, the greatest clue we have to explain this actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Bruh. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather than violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one into the wall, one man is able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. No. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Please don't touch the bomb. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Bro, no one's gonna buy this. Yeah, exactly. Jenna was not paying attention. Even Sasato looks like she fell asleep during his explanation. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge of the turn of the 20th century, or 12th century, sorry, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Your whole deduction hinges on it! Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I love that line. However improbable it may... Sherlock Holmes said that. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. Enduring. I had asked whether the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Sasato lent me once. Well, what? Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, and a lonely coil was near the wall. But if Mr. Dribber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. The argument is circular as the coils of the rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, great detectives will lead us to the truth. You're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Dribber gets too far away. Bro, where he's getting away. If you're ready, then let us resume. The logic and reasoning spectacular. I'm convinced he does this on purpose. Wait, what? Long Mr. Sholmes conceives of the explanation, but the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yeah, sure, quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Sasito. We have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Well, refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. It's pretty set up right. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the gravity plate of this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhito, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightfully say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. It's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! my deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes! But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Some dilly return a very piece of furniture in here, which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason everything out here is showing upside down is because it's an anti-gravity device now. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of citing a scientific explanation is too strong. Well, you know that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Whoever did it must have had a reason. Afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if an answer presents itself. Oh, I've already... The safe combination. Yes, the reason why you can even turn upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruhado. You had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the side of the cover of a book just in case. That's it for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of some important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more than sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhado, when the day of the draw came around? I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in, and I had to turn my upside down to find it. That's it for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I love her so much. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room aside. Thank you, Mr. Naruhado, but I believe I've proved my point now. Dude, his eyes! I wonder what second prize was. Which is a very familiar scenario, has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself from acquiring the access to the safe, the occupant of this room and needed the combination code. He remembered that he had written on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Ripper turned overturning all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Alright. So let's just skim on over to the next thing. Our friend's aim. Well, the change in the direction of gravity can't explain it. Then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those Halicon days of when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those Halicon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. The nearby shoe on top of the balloon. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on the closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon? That seems somewhat familiar, Data. Ah! It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhado and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotz claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one in use on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah, was probably Deborah intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the connection back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us to the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? We have it on person? To reach the intended destination, what better tool than the crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. Just end. So, shall we? Your curiosity deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? It's the head! Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. We can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model. That mean? Oh, goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Miss Sasato. Excellent. Ah, of course, the headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Trustspell's model that you had largely solved was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Trustspell's will now have to settle for a rival account with me. This, as you may have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from the Madame Trustspell's and returning it, Sans Tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Dribbler. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... They're inextricably linked by Enoch Dribbler's workshop. Okay, well, I think we're about ready to run out of time. Well, it appears our logical pleasure clues has come to the end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seemed quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. And we're just right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhado, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... As much as it doesn't make sense, in a sense. The safe. The bomb was to get him out of the safe, wasn't it? Before we gain access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point of the time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture he had overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Dude. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. How would he even get it? Unless the bomb literally is to get him out. Elementary. Goodness gracious. What a story. So, Mr. Naruhado, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean. What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then, here it goes. found me. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do the... Whoa. I'm gonna do an old voice I haven't done in a while. I'll do the freaking Daryl voice. I love that one. Dude, he's creepy enough to make it work. Oh my god. Okay. Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Dimmer, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tussbells as well. Well, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer to, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! I see, stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! Mr. Sholmes! With only 7 seconds to spare? Oh my god. That was far too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Phew, wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it to her a go over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that wouldn't have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. Another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture had written it down. We all found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning in the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon amongst the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you couldn't be able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers. In any case, I just wasn't expecting an uninvited guest to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Bro. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah, I calculated the time required to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. I was thinking that too. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Oh, I love these characters. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been just considering carrying around as protection, after all. That's enough! Oh, sorry, whoops. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Sith again, so the forensics team is here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith. Everybody knows everybody in this game. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. As you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhado? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But, Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Dribber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? What are you? That one? You mean? Where is that at? No. Bro, he's a mad genius. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Alright, that section was a little longer than I expected. I'm not even sure who all was still here or who's been hanging out watching, or watching it in post, whichever is the case. But this is where we're going to be stopping for tonight. We have a trial to do next time, so I suppose it'll be next Friday that we come back to finish this case. I'm going to try and get the rest of the case done in the next sitting, so I think that'll be pretty good. So, I will go ahead and leave while it seems the audience is low. Next stream will be Monday, and that'll probably be some more Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. I will have a stream on next Tuesday as well, so if anyone's still hanging out or hearing this later, watching it post, or whatever, for anyone maybe catching up, I'll be back Monday and Tuesday. So have a good night, guys. I will see you guys in the next stream. Thanks for watching. We'll finish the case next time, I hope. Bye-bye, everybody.